Yo, how is everybody? I'm back, getting set up a bit. Get our PRF back. I had an idea. We're gonna need to find some reference. I want to make a shift in what we're doing. Slight shift. So we have to first make everything we did yesterday cool, because I haven't even looked at it yet. But anywho, I want to find an interesting mouth, and I think we might look at shark mouths for some texture reference. Yeah, we might do something like a sharkish mouth. Alright, still warming up the vocal cords, warming up the everything. The wife was under the weather, so I'm yeah, always puts me into a mode where I'm trying to make sure that she's in the best care that she can be. Be back. We can do something. Why do I feel like all these sharks just like have only one set of teeth? Top are not as copious as the bottom, huh? I think we should go definitely dual bottom if we're gonna do this. That could be cool. Where it has like tooth pads. That would make a lot of sense. It would anchor it more into reality instead of being just this weird mess. Is there a specific shark? Let's look at a goblin shark. We don't need to put mouth for goblin shark because it has one really distinguishing feature about it. It's so spindly. Okay, might be a little high res. Might have to. We'll figure something out. Yeah, I want. Where's the most teeth? We have. Yeah, alright, goblin shark. So we're looking shark before. Shark is. Sorry, getting warmed up. Brain is warming up too. So tooth pads seem kind of cool. We might try that. I kind of like this texture in general. Seems kind of cool. Yeah, this might be better. Where it's mostly this surface, but we should have something else. We're missing something, so here we go. Reference. And a reference. Get big. And I kind of like the ballish part here. Yo, Tony, what's up? How are you? I am good. I have some sharks. Trying to get some ideas for some toothy maws. You know what I mean? Sorry, it's too close to browse on right now. All right. You know, it like has a different head shape, but the mouth itself, while looking at it statically, it's like I want more mouth surface area. Lamprey? Mm-hmm. Okay, yep. Here's a good middle. Yeah, that's good. Little teeth in the middle, little grindy teeth in the middle. We'll have some pads around the sides. Dense pads with a good transition. Is there something else that's more terrestrial? Taking ideas about the next RPG, but I feel like yes. Yes, and I think the next RPG, if we're gonna do stream RPG, it sounds like we might do Paranoia. I feel like we have the most excitement around that. Seems cool. And the wife might be interested in that. Is that real? And the little claws, the little claw things. That's cool. The little teeth. These things are dope. Okay, these. I could imagine this spewing out some bullets, right? Some projectiles. If we don't use this on this creature, we might have this as like external stockish kind of pew 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 pew. You know. So what are you up to today? Anything interesting? Tricking more people into believing that their house is already made? Actually, has that ever been a problem? People are like, why would I pay you? The house exists. You're just taking pictures of an existing house. Because that huge compliment, but what a pain in the butt that would end up being, having to prove that it's fake. I guess not that bad. You can just print out a contour, like a wireframe thing. Just working. Cool, cool. Cool. Yeah, so I was just playing a game with the wife called oh, is it called Murder by Numbers? Uh yes. Is this it? Yes, it's so good. So good. I don't know what kind of spoilers there are in that. First I was like, "Oh, this is a nerd game for nerds." And then I like, "Oh, wait a second, I'm a nerd." And this is fun. Like, yeah, it tells you like how many in a row there can be, and you just have to like figure out what configuration it is. It's a lot of fun. No, my brain is in numbers land. Okay, I don't need the wiggly part. I need the bitey part. That's cool. I like diagrams. I like drawings. Someone took their hard hard-earned time. I wonder if it was paid actually. I wonder if science journals pay for actions. Still, seems like maybe not the worst job. Not going to glorify anything. I don't know what you have to go through, what deadlines you have. It seems. Oh, that one's cool. Look at that little Venus flytrap mouth inside the big gaping gullet. Okay, wait a second. Where was that? This one. Kind of organize. Hi. Oh man, I've seen so many, I feel like they're friends now. If I was stranded on a desert island, I think I would call this one Tony. This one would be my friend. I don't know how I would sustain him. We live in very different worlds. Oh, I mean they're in fresh water. Okay, so I could be riverside with my friend Tony. Isn't it? I like it. It has a personality. Can't you just imagine it saying like I'm here to bore you? I love it. So good. Oh, this is kind of great. This is definitely going in the game. Man, how cool. We need to find out how to put some like dorsal guns. Do, do I store this in here for now? Maybe a little. I really like the gills on the lamprey. They are really cool. What a nice biometric feature. Biometric? Biomechanical feature? Seems like you'll intentionally kill me? I mean, you're doing it slowly, right? Killing me with kindness? Make it look like an accident? This is the face after, like, what do you mean bite marks? Oh, I have to say, this is probably, I don't know. This is a fisheye that doesn't feel like a soulless fisheye. Oh, look at it. Look at it looking at me. Oh, they're cute. Like them. And the one that everyone hates and is afraid of is actually maybe the cutest fish I've ever seen. Look at that. How do you not love that? Okay, so yeah, we try something. I need an idea for how to make it feel pulpy. I don't know. Maybe that'll come. A lot of things happen organically as you start sculpting. Uh, Not everything happens on purpose. It's a happy accidents. Hmm. Wonder if that eye looks like it could shoot a laser, right? Lampreys are like such a huge source of really cool features. We must revisit the lamprey. It's all good things. Solid gold. Oh, maybe we can give one little rear legs, or maybe some tentacles in the back. Maybe a dual. Maybe it has two little fishy tails. Do we do just a lamprey? I feel like we have to go more fantasy. Oh, but they are great. We might just do a lamprey tribute, ode to lamprey. Okay, fish have taken over. Let's make sure we save. Cool. Melt seems like a more favorable idea. I mean, it is cool, but it's a whole thing. Like, it has a cool fuselage, if you're comfortable with that word. Fuselage is usually used for, like, the body of an airplane. So, like, yeah, the fuselage of the... It has a cool trunk. You could add a lot to it to make it a lot of different creatures. Yeah, I don't know how many big, long creatures I want. I think long creatures might be problematic. Alright, so the projectile must change. We'll keep that one on. Unlock this. Let's see. Maybe we clean up some stuff before we save. Okay, wait. These... What are these? Oh, these might be claws. I'm just going to delete a lot of these back here that don't have locks on them. Make the file smaller. Because you know what? I bloated. I got a little out of control. Hoarder's gonna hoard. You know what I mean? I give up the formal gaming industry. I never got truly into it, and before I got into it, I got into indie stuff, and I got capable of doing stuff, and you know, by the time I knew any better, I like couldn't figure out what company I actually wanted to work for. Like, just curious. Can you think of a company where you're like, yes, I love everything they do. I would love to wake up every day and work on exactly what they're working on? Because I only have one company like that, and I think I would have to move to Vancouver. And yeah, that would be working on MechWarrior probably. But I'm not sure if they have a structure where I could do stuff. So yeah, I would have to capitulate with just filling one role probably. And that, I don't know, there's something about that that has kept me from proceeding forward. Where indie stuff is always like, okay, so I get to do multiple things. If you have a task, I can see if I'm suited for it. Or maybe I need to do it. Maybe I love that, being forced to do interesting things that are slightly out of my comfort zone but related to what I'm doing. With tentacles, it'll start to look like a squid. So yeah, if we do tentacles on the back, hopefully we'll have a big mouth at the front, and we'll do a bend. And then the squid, I think the squid will go very squiddy with it. I think we can do different, because even if you do a long skinny squid, you can make them kind of mushroom shaped. They have kind of like a light bulb, like a long light bulb shaped head. I like there's ways to jimmy it around, like to get a good silhouette that doesn't overlap too much between them. But as I make decisions without thinking, I will force myself into making other creative decisions. Or maybe making more creatures, and that's not a bad thing. I need to get better at making good looking creatures. Should I even start with this? I just want these smaller. No. You should turn off mirror. Be problematic. I like the idea of having a self project like a main project. Me too. I like the idea of jumping around, but like coming up with so many ideas, and I think if I come up with a bunch of ideas and they don't work right away, it could just be because I didn't put enough love or polish into it. Like, yeah, I guess there's no polishing a turd, but there are some ideas that should be able to work on and off paper. And sometimes just because you don't have an experience with it doesn't mean that it's not going to work. It's just like you need to grow as a designer, and the design needs to grow as a concept. If that makes sense. So I guess I'm saying I feel like there's two different camps. There's either make a lot of games or try and make a few games that have a lot of quality and polish and kind of learn about whatever you can. Because, yeah, scrapping it and jumping to like a different genre or like a completely different concept, that could be just a ton of effort that you put in, and it's just not, it could go equally bad. Because you need to become better at understanding how you want to emotionally engage with your audience. Everyone designing games has their own kind of way of speaking to, you know, to what kind of gameplay they want, what's engaging, what's fun, what they can polish. Just work on finding what's good for you. It can be hard, but yeah, find what works. What you won't hate yourself for working on in 2 years if you're still on the same project. Sometimes I cringe when I'm like, oh my god, how long have I been working on Mech-sim? But also, I haven't been working on it exclusively. I have a lot of other crap going on, contracting and stuff, so I have to give myself a break. And also acknowledge that I have so much and I had a huge scope. And maybe that's a thing. Maybe if you want to do a big scope game, you shouldn't be scope shamed by some of these people that are giving game dev advice. They're not trying to attack you. It's just generally good advice if you want to make a lot of games, is to have a small scope. Sometimes if you have a concept that you really believe in and you don't think it's going to get made without you, then the scope isn't what matters, really. There is a scope versus ability to like complete, I guess. But no one knows that until you do. Think anyone thought I'd be working on the same game now? Think anyone thought I would have a game that actually kind of is starting to resemble a like decent MechWarrior game from 5-10 years ago? Okay, maybe 10-15 years ago. Wait, what am I doing? Scrap this. We need a new start. Getting hung up on stuff. So we need to trash the middle. thinking today about the good part of having freedom from being in a company. Very tempting. It would be great considering doing something like that. I mean, yeah, I don't know. It's like if you need a hobby, do something that you love. Do something that's not going to run out. Like game development, it's like the holy grail. Maybe that's a bad analogy. I'm trying to think of a good analogy, actually. It's something where, like, all of your effort can mean something. You can learn tons and tons of lessons. It bridges so many other things. You have lots of transferable skills. There's endless types of games that you could make. You could make a game as big or as small as you want. I mean, evidence, there's like people, solo devs making MMOs. I think they're even doing it here on Twitch. I've seen that here and there. That's huge, right? You're gonna be working on that forever. And it's not about finishing. Maybe it is for them. Maybe they're going to finish. Maybe they have secrets. But yeah, for me, it's just like, I want something to work on. And the thing also, you know, is in a professional industry that has professional transferable skills. It is creative. Even if I'm bad at it sometimes. I want teeth on the outside at all. Maybe we have a little crown of teeth on the outside. But maybe smaller? Maybe this isn't a teeth. This is part of a bulb. Something like that. Yo, Catalyst. Just don't run out of money while doing what you love, because that would suck. Yeah. Yeah, about that. I might have to take a few months off to do real work. But yeah, always trying to find work, but always trying to stay sharp. You know what I mean? Like, you gotta keep the portfolio going. You gotta make sure that you are getting faster, learning new software, and all that stuff. Yeah, it can get you more jobs. So like, you're either working on a portfolio, or you're making money, I guess. And Gabla is a weird portfolio, but from a pro gaming standpoint, you know, if I need to put a couple months into polishing it to show off some playable programming, that's doable. Like just setting up an experience that works, debugging and polishing one little experience. Yeah, I agree. Don't ever take my advice as financial advice. Don't put yourself in precarious situations. I don't, and you shouldn't either. That's why many times you consider not doing something that you love, like a profession. Yes, if you're actually doing it very successfully, it might also be too late and at a point where it's not fun anymore. Yeah, you have to, I guess, weigh if you fall out of love with the thing that you want to do as a profession, is that something you're willing to do? definitely part of the like doing it every day thing. Like yeah, I can't really do one thing every day. Like sculpting, I can't just sculpt. I need to I right now have some programming projects that I'm working on. Mechablo is gonna get some nav stuff soon. Very soon. Just need to do line of sight. Got my nav my A-Star dungeon navigation stuff working. All hunky-dory. Very, very impressed with myself. Quick turnarounds. Means things will go wrong, but until they do, line of sight. Which is a fun problem to try and solve. When you start doing it just for the money, you start to do more for the money, and eventually the thing starts to make sense anymore to you. Not making sense to you. Yeah. I mean, getting good at something can be rewarding in its own right and satisfying. I'm to believe the YouTube Shorts advertisements, power washing is a great profession because it's a very specialty skill you can charge outrageous amounts for. Yeah, I don't. There could be something endlessly satisfying about erasing art. As horrible as that sounds. Catalyst, how are you? What are you working on? Or how is your barrel coming? Did you get the rest of your maps baked? An AO. Can you turn your... Oh, I'm so disappointed that I thought about this just now. Can you be turning your range down? Your ray cast range down for your AO to get shorter bake times? Like that's usually a thing. Shallower rays equal faster times. Art is horrible, you're right. Art's not horrible, actually. I like art. Art as a job is difficult. I don't feel like anyone values the time it takes to make art well. You're not nobody. Rare to find someone that values it well. Okay, wait. Screen. Come closer. Arm's getting tired. Barrel's in the oven and pissing you off? Tell me all about it. I'm here for you. Sounds like you have time. Well, you know what? I kind of want to do this from scratch. Let's do the wonderful art of remeshing. Remesh everything, and then we'll reduce. Oh, that's cool. I usually have a problem with that. That worked. Smooth reduce, smooth reduce. Okay, I'll take it. Thank God. Things are going well today. You don't have any control for it with the baking add-on. Ooh, that stinks. Blender freezing the whole PC is ticking you off so bad. You're finally setting up another desk for another PC that's been waiting for months. Well, okay, that's productive at least. That's productive. But, I wonder. You're going to pay for a baker? Because on Steam, you could pick up Substance Designer. And that has really good baking. Or is there baking coming to Blender soon? Like official first party? So I want it to be, yeah, it's gonna be this. I don't want anything too concentric. Yeah, wait, maybe that's good. Maybe we'll put a little. Maybe I'm gonna keep riffing on it. Not the worst. Well, yeah, good luck with the desk. I'll see you when you've made significant progress, I guess. Or when the desk gets you frustrated. I feel like when I'm getting furniture, I'm like, yes, I love putting together furniture. Let's do this. And then I get the furniture and I'm like, oh, I forgot that I got myself a chore. Now it's something I have to do, otherwise it's laying around my house. Okay, so we'll put it like this, I guess. And then we can put teeth on it. And then the back we'll put stretch marks like it grows out of whatever. And then the front will be all teeth like they grew from where the stretch marks came from. Maybe. Maybe a row of teeth? They'd be like a sunflower? So I want to avoid putting lips on it. I think that would be a mistake. We need monstrous. Oh, did I save? I hope I didn't save. Looks like I didn't. But I didn't. Cool. Good job, me. The annoying part is the storage chic deco you have going on. Have to move around crap ton of all important stuff. Cue G. Carlin. I miss George Carlin. What a mind. Like the crotchety old guy saying the things about society, and everyone being like, "Yes, I accept it. It's funny, ha ha." But then again, he was all over. He had a very universal appeal. I wonder how far back it should go. And then just like all the teeth? Maybe it should hinge open. I'm intrigued. Hey zombie, how are you? What are you up to today? I'm sure that HEV tutorial for your audio mod is almost complete, right? Arf. Well, if it's a day of rest, don't let me like project shame you. That's not my intention. Okay, interesting. And then the teeth on the inside. So it'll be a lot less busy. This was a lot too much noise, too much texture in the sculpt. Wrestling with GitHub, editing readmes, updating stuff, the fun things when developing. Hate GitHub. Take your zip. Wait a second. Do you know about Tortoise Git? Maybe I'm not even suggesting something that's going to solve your problem. Yeah, Tortoise Git. I was introduced to Tortoise Git when I started programming, and can never look back. Command line's cool, but you know, right-click menu, context menu. Mm-hmm. That's luxury. That's style. Mm. Okay, we're gonna need to shape this more, and I think we're clipping. I don't want to clip. Yeah, once we get view of the thing. Cool negative space in here. Might as well get some use out of it, especially if you're close in VR. Arms in the way, but I think there's a cool view of it. Yeah, you know it? Trying to do it through Visual Studio right now. Ew, I tried to use Visual Studio for as little as possible because it can't even do what it's supposed to do correctly. Or like well with any style. It's missing so many very basic features, and with all the crap it can do, so much of it can't be turned off. They took away the global reference path options in Net 6. What? In .NET? What? Why? But it's faster. I mean, I don't know. I I wouldn't want to do it that way because I already feel like I should go back to Unity and save project and then maybe even close Unity and then go to the folder, you know, outside of Unity once I know it's all closed and all that stuff. And then I should commit. Because if you commit before you close Unity and before you save project, or if there's something that didn't compile, you know, you're going to get a weird thing if you have to pull that branch again. Or it could just have an error. You could just be pushing an error to a branch. Just go to this random file in every solution and edit it with Notepad. What? Huh? That's horrible. I mean, Notepad++ can open up everything in the folder. I'm like 90% sure. That seems like a thing. And you know, I feel like Notepad++ is better than Visual Studio. There, I said it. That's my hot take. IntelliSense integration. Yeah, I mean, my favorite. Were you around for the? Sorry, I don't want to insult you. You probably were. Do you remember the mono developed days? Man, those times were golden. I would give so much for that back. And by give so much, I mean I just want it back. I have nothing to give. Just why? I don't want to have to go compile it myself. Because yeah, I know it's still available. Big air quotes if you want to go compile it yourself. I don't want to do that. I'm too basic for that. I want this a little bit less concave. Journal fish heads. Perfect, right? Like that, I can kind of see a little bit of the base launcher. It's good. Mono developed? Didn't they even make some updates and are still around? They are, but you have to like, don't you have to compile it? I mean, it's not super supported in Unity anymore. It used to come with Unity, and now Unity pretty much comes with Visual Studio. But Mono Develop was so nice. It formatted better. It was lighter. I had a friend that once complained that they didn't like having an editor or like an IDE that was slower than they typed. They're using Visual Studio, and I feel like Visual Studio is definitely behind my typing. It is so slow. Okay, we gotta figure out what we're gonna do with the outside. Maybe a little wrinkle thing. So it's not like a lip, it's like, I don't know. Striation? Growth striation? Goblin Shark kind of has a lip at the top too. Maybe a little bit further back, but I don't know if I want it there. Probably Undead's still around. Let's look actually, because Mono developed. They at least deserve a nod. Okay, so Mono develop is around. Last time I checked it, it's just a download. Can I really just download you? Okay, I guess there's an installer. Yeah, maybe it just had a slump. You know, sometimes software has a little slump, but it does exist. Mono develop. I miss this little icon. The swirls. I used to open the swirls every day. And it used to open really quick compared to Visual Studio. Oh, and I screwed up my Pura. Okay. So teeth on the outside. I think. We'll do it. We'll put a small rig in. That's gonna be really fancy, right? Maybe the character itself, right? If I'm thinking about fully how I would want to set this up. In the rig, we would have this bound, and we would have a way to scale it down to 0 and grow it up, and have a closed way, and then when it was gonna fire, it would open. And then immediately go from full scale to 0 scale, and we would replace it with a static model of an open version of it and fire that. I think. So I think I want to keep going with this. 10, we're going to rig the whole thing. Carp mouth? Kinda. Carp, shark. We're waiting to put the teeth in. Getting the outside okay. Better. Scarier. How are you, Cryogi? How's your render coming? Oh, but you're fast, right? It must be like done. You've moved on to your next one, right? think like that. Kuda says no again? Oh no. Stupid Kuda. NVIDIA. Kept asking if we could. Never asked if we should. That's probably something like, developing developing so quick and not fixing any of the bugs. Not like any of the bugs, but come on, NVIDIA. You really do have a ton of stuff going on. Some of your stuff is jank. Not that Kuda's like fully jank, but some stuff. The wife was looking into machine learning stuff at some point. Got her a Jetson Nano, and the Jetson Nano was just like kind of scuffed. Might have gotten a faulty one, but then all of the messaging for it is just like, do not return under any circumstance. Here's a list of things to do to make sure that you can't return it within a warranty period. Like buying alternate parts because the power source that you used is bad. And when you use every power source, like... Anyway, I digress. That was trash. Bad experiences with Jetson Nano. I would say to avoid that one. Wait, we're missing some of the variety from our lamprey. This. That. Guy's so cute. You know, almost kind of looks like a little bear trap. Very cool. Okay, so we put a little beak in the middle. Beak in the middle. Of course. Of course, the little detonation beak. And am I going to make a mouth bag inside of a projectile on a chest? Holy crap. Someone needs to stop me. Can't decide on mouths. Must have all the mouths. That's kind of jaw-like. And the bottom one is just really small. Tiny little mouth. Tiny little mouth. Oh no, you were wondering. There are a ton of tutorials for GitHub users on how to rename their master branch to main. Took your brain quite a while to catch up. I mean, don't you just need to push to a branch called main and then delete master? There might be a little bit more to it, but I think it's actually a little bit straightforward if you know the Git. Though there might be a problem with deleting master. Maybe that's the problem. Maybe that's the only thing Git needs to change. I can't delete master. That's clear bias towards certain nomenclature. It's more about why. I think we talked about it yesterday. Yeah. Yeah, it's more about trying to make terminology around slavery and slave ownership and slave trade and all that crap not an everyday thing. I get it. I get that. Okay, so we'll put the little teeth in here, which will probably just be a good texture with a couple. We just do everything, right? We don't hold back. We do a ring of things, and then we do a couple little claws, and then we do the shark teeth around the outside, and then it's just like a bear trap within a bear trap within a bear trap within a bear trap being launched at your face, right? Hopefully. Might not be fully thinking through this, but we'll see. Go forward, make mistakes, figure it out. Speaking of, did I read the news about the Apache Foundation? No. The real Apaches are not happy anymore in sharing the name. Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, they deserve the respect. I mean, it is fair. America has done some pretty bad things to the Native Americans, all while using names and words from their culture to describe all sorts of things. Like software and helicopters and airplanes? Report me in a language, please. I said the M word. Which one was that? I don't even remember which one it was. Apologies, I'm an old man. I'm trying to clean up my ways. Sometimes I feel like things move a little bit too fast. It's hard to keep up. Yeah, when do you get to start using old defense? Not that it's a good legal defense, but I feel like as a society, old people do get to complain, it's because I'm old. And when do you get to start doing that? That's why this is so surprising. Should have gone after cars and helicopters first. Yeah, imagine, well, so they've had trouble going after like US government. US government doesn't really respect them and they have a hard time in court of law. Which is really a shame. Really sucks. But yeah, if you're not fighting the government and the government has reasons to be like, oh, software and antitrust is a thing people care about these days. Maybe we should look into this. Just because, politics sucks. It's about being in like a steaming pot, right? And just trying to let off enough steam so there's not a full-out revolt. Apache Foundation are actually not pure evil. This is true. You won't get me to say the M word, dang, curse you? Aha, I didn't say it a second time. I mean, I don't think the terminology, I don't know if I know the full argument, but I wouldn't think that it's just that the word itself should be outlawed. It just shouldn't be so commonplace. So like the uh, differently abled people's representation, talking about like similar stuff. They have to change into top card. Oh man, wait, that can they not pick a better name, please? I, for one, think we should open source the name of this new foundation title. Top card is bad. I vote it is bad. Oh, yeah, MasterCard, definitely. Top card is still bad. They would get into trouble maybe with Tops, which is already a trading card thing if they still exist. I don't know if baseball cards are as lucrative as they used to be. I would be surprised if it wasn't like Mattel or Hasbro that owned pretty much everything. Who knows? Oh, wait, you know what? I feel like there's something about WizKids and Tops. Maybe WizKids bought Tops. It would be a good, fun replacement for Master as a repo branch. I think main is the default GitHub one now, right? That's it. Good enough. But a fun one would be do not touch under any circumstances, because we know programmers don't like that. That's the first gate they want to go into, right? Do not push. That's what it should be. Do not push. That's also true, right? Shouldn't you be like mostly merging into main? I don't know. I guess it's different for your different organizations. Or do you do the merge on a separate branch and then push? Last time I actually was merging with people, doing multiple changes to a project that were possibly overlapping. We would call them merge parties. We'd all sit around and look at the merge update and be like, okay, so what is this? What is this? What is this? And everyone would be like, okay, I need to fix this. That's my fault. You can erase this. That was temporary. Your thing overrode my thing, so we can take your thing. It was an interesting time. A little bit of pain. But then code review can always be a little bit painful. Doesn't apply, you push everything there? I mean, yeah, no, that's kind of the point, right? That's the fun part. Also, how would it even function if you're not supposed to push anything to it? How would it ever have anything? I mean, I guess under some circumstances you could have a branch that just backups. Does backups that just do not push, and there's some automation that copies main or whatever fun term we come up with over to your do not push. So it's always a good pull backup. I guess that makes sense. You can restore them. You have the technology. So design zips. I try to do both. I don't zip all the time, but every few months. Especially if I get to a certain place with my project. Like I'm starting to send builds out to people. Having a zip of that build exactly as it is really good. Used zip version control in 1998, but not for long. It's fair. It does work. I mean, is it zip? Is it a .7z? Is it a RAR? Is it actually a zip? That's the question. But you have to rezip them from time to time, or they turn sour. Do they really? I could believe that. I could believe that a bit could go bad, and because of zip compression, maybe they could go bad. Like a zip disk. Man, that's dope. Are those? I feel like there was a time where those were expensive. Maybe I'm showing my age. Let's drop the other one. The other one's lame now. Get out of here, Lotus thing. Oh no, we have Muppet chest. You know that term, Muppet chest. This is just like a flower on like a children's horror show or something. You can get bit rob. Bit rod. Is that a real thing? You pull my leg here. Because I could believe it. I mean, bits do sometimes go bad. And then I think your computer's supposed to try and just mark the sector as bad and reconfigure where the data is stored. It's supposed to be some stuff. We live in the future, right? Muppet, don't you like it? We're gonna add teeth. Hopefully the teeth will work. We're gonna have a balance between teeth and little scouring pads. Yeah. And we have the beak. We need a tongue. We need a tongue inside the beak. By this part, we're like separated from everything else. We're inside a mouth. This is not weird. Said it's not weird. Maybe the tongue is like the detonator or something. Oh, how do I get you out of there? This is gonna be tricky. There you go. So it can be like screaming at you. Not that I think it has like breath or vocal cords. But... Oh, maybe it does. Maybe the teeth whistle as it comes at you. Honestly, I was thinking because of the size of it, how much it takes up of the creature, you need to go with like an AC-20 sound, which either sounds like, I don't know, some sort of football launcher, if you could imagine that, or slamming a car door, or maybe a mix of both. Man, this is hard without mirroring. All my tricks and techniques break without mirroring. Just hide some crap, make it look complex. There we go. It's not naming convention, it's maiming convention. Wait, what is your naming convention? Let me see Discord. Sorry. getting carried away trying to make little mouths and mouths and mouths. I don't want to say anything that's going to offend you, so I'm just. Uh, oh my god, really? Really? Is this just bashing your hand against the keyboard? What if you have to copy them somewhere? You don't have a date stamp in the name. If you copied them somewhere, you would lose all of the data, right? All of the information about when you made it, what order they go in. There's something I'm missing. 0FGIAIVJWJ. No. No, I don't think there's anything I'm missing. You rely on the creation date. Once you lose that, then you're funked. Yeah. Early in my life, like really early actually, in high school when I started working with Maya, I was already like, okay, hold on. I'm making a lot of files and I'd like to just know when they are from seeing them. And I started naming them like so yeah, Americans are cringe, I'm so sorry, but like day, month, year, maybe the last 2 days of the year because it was after 2000. So day, month, last two of the year with dashes, and then like the name of the file. And yeah, when I went to school, I mentioned that to one of my friends. He was like, "Oh my god, it's such a good idea." And then months later, he's like, "Oh my god, yeah, I do your naming scheme," and I'm like, "Oh, that's awesome. I don't even fully commit to that all the time." Yeah, I kind of abandoned that a bit. I should go back to it. Man, that was such a good idea. It also adds to making your names a little bit too long. Hey, let me get the read-only folder. That one's even better. Just you've still tried sometimes. Okay. This is still bad. These at least have numbers. Solitaire. Just in case you want to play solitaire in the long dark. Now I know. Oh, good. Yeah, I guess we all have our sins, right? I know I have mine. I always want to go back and delete certain files and clean up files. Like I cleaned up here better than I have in a lot of things in the past. It's easy to just keep barreling forward and never cleaning anything up. Why am I making a lip? I didn't want a lip. Okay, whatever. We need, we'll do like a row of teeth. And we need the teeth pads, right? Those are kind of cool. And so I was thinking about emotes once again. Oh, and tomorrow we're going to have a little bit of a different stream. I don't know when stream's going to start. I have a short short meeting at 3. But the wife is recording D&D tomorrow. So I might go until like, might have to start at 3:30, so like right around now, and go to maybe 8, maybe a little bit past 8, so we can raid Greg. Be fun. But cleaning up too far has bit me one too many times. Oh, Craigie, thank you for telling me that. You've assuaged all my woes. I shouldn't clean up, because that is something I worry about. Yes, thank you for that. Yeah, I won't. I saved this as a new file. The old one's still bloated. But yeah, saves are destructive. Not enough people say that. Gotta be careful. Okay, I am putting it off. So we need pads. Tooth pads. Let's go over to our reference of tooth pads. Do this on the bottom. Yeah, I don't think I want to have the like gummy receiver pads. That's not metal enough. Okay, a good beak should look probably like a ring of bone. Sharks don't have lips. Could you even call it a mouth? It's a throat with teeth. They don't have enough. Like it's a small gate of teeth into a gaping maw. Yeah, that would be fair. Like look at this. It's supposed to have so many. It's like rows and rows of teeth. It's like that's like three. It's like three. Like yeah, it's scary. They're also really close together. I don't want to be bitten by this, but at the same time, this is not like um it's not like the drill bit mouth that I think of. They ported Java to the N64 already. Wait, so can I write a game in Java for N64? That actually could be a lot of fun. I think I would like the restrictions to see what I could get away with. It'd probably be a lot of tech demos at first. Okay, we're doing this. I like what I did with the beak. Okay, yeah, so no lips. We'll just have to put teeth all the way around. I'm gonna do separate teeth because you saw what happened yesterday. Pulling teeth out just look like big, dumb, goofy crystals. It's kind of hard to get them crisp. Maybe every software has a couple things it's better at, worse at, and yeah, Mudbox with sharp things, pointy things. A thing I avoid as much as I can. Sound warning? Uh-oh. Can I mute site? I muted it. Do I need sound at all? I assume this isn't gonna be Nintendo. right? Who knows what they're gonna come after me for. Ooh. Java. A nice tasteful loading screen. I don't like this one though. This one's right out. Get that out of my face. Impressive. Too many triangles. I need squares. Oh, it just sounds horrible. Okay, we shall unmute. Hopefully my sounds, like my ears still work. Oh, it sounds horrible. Yeah, okay. So this is telling me you can do a little bit. You can do some matrix math. Okay, cool. Thanks, Michael Cohn, for showing me that I can do matrix math on an N64 now using Java. And a word that you can't type into the internet without having, you know, questionable results. Thanks. Cool. Okay, so yeah, now I think the limitations might be too far. Let's go PS2 instead. Borrow jaws from a cookie cutter shark. Ooh, actually, not a bad idea. Let's look at a cookie cutter shark. Been a minute. Cookie cutter shark. I mean, I don't want to get bitten by it, and I think it's probably very efficient. But it's also, I don't know. I kind of like the little clear top teeth. The like 2 or 3 rows at the top. Those are kind of cool. The bottom ones are just, again, efficient, but like, meh. Now see this in its entirety, like with the everything wrinkled and shriveled, and the jaw being like super strong and tight and smooth. That's kind of cool. That's like a look. But all of it together, it's just like, oh, come on. You went the easiest route, didn't you? As a game developer. Kind of cool. Look at that skin. Man, I wonder if it's cool having little scales. Bro, challenge from a cookie cutter shark? Yeah, I think that might be. Unless, is there a different type of cookie cutter shark? Is this just a branch of them? Maybe there's other cool sharks. I need a better Google engine. I need an engine that's like, Google, I need weirdest shark mouths. And somehow actually find me unique examples, because usually you type that in and you just get like a top 10 list or a top 5 list, and they'll all share pretty much the same exact everything. Except the longer ones will have more. I did that for like flowers, trying to find cool flower inspiration, and yeah, man, there's a lot of cool flowers out there, but if you're trying to look for one via Google, you're probably just gonna find yeah, 1 of 10, because you can only get top 10 lists on the internet now. Impressive bite size? Yeah, for its body size, absolutely. Absolutely. Okay, so we'll have some teeth here and then suckers there. I like the beak. We might use beak a lot. Maybe we will go cookie cutter shark at some point. Because there's only so many beaks that we can do. This probably goes in a little bit for the jaw. Okay, stop playing with this. Do we do the little abrasive teeth here? I feel like they would be so much better to do in Substance Designer. See, we could put the pads here. We can have even more detail. I did. Okay, do we have tessellation on? We do. We can just zoom in a little bit more. Okay. Modify to taste? Will do. And zombie and catless, to me, you have the same name color, and it's tripping me up. The lover, the dreamer. Yeah, okay, it's a little Kermit-y. If we can make Nightmare Kermit, I'd be fine with that. Launching a Nightmare Kermit might be an acceptable ability. Man, I could listen to that all the time. There we go. You need to have enough space to actually like put some jaw muscles in. Get the hinge work. This should be a good patch. Nice patch to settle my horror teeth in. How much the base is gonna matter. Fill it with teeth. Okay, yeah, I think that reads. Lost my reference. And we're gonna go with the part in the middle. This looks weird and gross. Sorry, I don't mean to judge, but like it has a big fleshy divider in the middle. think I'd rather go with the clean and then try and go with the volume. You need to brush better. You needed better gum care. You missed it? You're sure it was funny? You would have laughed? Likely, maybe not. You have a sense of humor? I missed it. Wait, did you miss me singing? Just fine. You're not missing much. I don't think I sing that bad, but I've never gotten a compliment. Yeah, so maybe, should we do an emote Friday? I was thinking about a good lurk one. If we have the goblin jump up into frame and grab it, like the fingers jump up, like, right, jump up, and like grab the frame and pull himself up, and then try and like settle down and like watch, and then kind of like falls down again. And then that would be the lurker emote. It's like getting pulled away. Trying to watch, but getting pulled away. Feel like it would be attention grabbing, and it also kind of represents how my viewing goes, because yeah, I get pulled away by a lot of me having ADHD and having lots of projects that I could be working on. And usually being hungry for snacks. I wonder if anyone would use it though. Maybe if we make it comical enough, it'll be good. And you know, Kermit, they had a hard time finding a good replacement because he's so thin that the hands of Jim Henson actually made up like a lot of the form of Kermit's face. So sad. Man, to be able to get yourself tied into such a world's universally loved kind of character. It's dope. He made such cool stuff. I would love to try animatronics someday. I guess that is why I want to try like 3D printing in silicone. Well, so I have 3D printed. I haven't tried a mold with silicone yet. I think it could be cool though. And then some little servos to open up and close stuff. I think that would actually be really satisfying to play with. They're so creepy. You find them creepy? Oh man, maybe you find them creepy for the same reason that I love them. They look like the universe's most inanimate parts trying as hard as they can to be alive, to be a thing. And I'm like, yes, I respect your struggle. You're so cute. I want to help you. And also, you know, it's like not gory. Like it might be a eyeball that's not really attached the way your eyeball is. But at least, oh my god, have you ever seen an eyeball outside of the head? I have. We had to dissect one. That was the one thing I couldn't really do in anatomy. I looked at it, handled it. So creepy. I think the calf eyes that we had to dissect had like eyelashes still on. They were like a part of it. I don't know. It was very weird looking. Yeah, and then we had to cut it open, which I'm like, why do we have to cut it open when you're just gonna show us that there's a sclera that's holding, which is the white part, holding the vitreous humor, which is the gooey inner part, the like clear part that all the light passes through to get to the retina. Um, and then the retina, you can barely even, it's just a bunch of squiggles on the back. Like, I don't know. And most people, I think, had the lens pop out, and it's like, that's kind of the most interesting part, but it's the hardest thing to control and keep in the eye and not have fly somewhere else. Oh, anatomy. And that's why animatronics are really cool, because I don't think I should be playing with dead things and trying to get them to animate. Seems like something I'd be put on a list for. Alien was animatronics? True. True. They made animatronics for Jurassic Park. I think they partially got used. I think they partially also got replaced by CG. The birth of CG. Synonymous with the birth of fantasy dinosaurs. Okay, I don't retain the volume. It's going to look weird. At least taper the volume in a controlled manner. Yeah, roughly. Okay, I keep stalling, but we have the tooth pads in. I guess now we need to make a tooth. I feel like I made a tooth recently. Took you 2 hours to finally switch out one Git repo. Wow. Wait, what do you mean by switch out one Git repo? Like, are you completely replacing a repo? I feel very confused. Maybe it's just the terminology. Maybe I'm going to a weird place with it. Okay. It's teeth, right? Just gotta put some teeth in. I need some more upper jaw. That's my problem, is that shark jaws just look like the bottoms are the ones that are. Yeah. Wait, what is. You have rows on the bottom and you just have like one row at the top? Am I crazy? Okay, yeah, we need this one. I like the texture of the gums here. That's perfect. That's the most wonderful thing. People definitely not be like, oh, this guy's a perv. Be like, this guy's a horror master. Of course. Of course you should have chest weapons that look like horrible, gummy, toothy shark bits. Perfect. I imagine it. I don't know. Just gotta wait and see. Okay, this one seems to have some on the upper that is too. Not many. Hi. And sharks. Imagine if sharks evolved a brain that made them like sentient. I guess so. Like we have dolphins. Would they be more like dolphins? Just imagine these things not being total predators, being capable but showing like great restraint. Even like cohabitating with humans. It would be cool. But they're too powerful for that. What a good replica. Who wouldn't want this just hanging in their house? I'm not one for marine stuff. I don't usually want a lot of fish. I don't want like hanging stuffed fish trophies. I don't put anchors anywhere. But I like this. This is a sculpt that I waking up in the morning and seeing this suspended above your living room, it would just be just so fitting. You're replacing the whole content of a repo. Wow. Okay. Create a fresh project instead of updating the old one. Good idea. Good idea. Yeah, I had to do that once, and on my live one, I had to make a backup of it, and then I had to delete the .git folder. Oh my, that was nerve-wracking. And then I had to like make a brand new commit and push it as a brand new repo. And that was months ago now. That's my past. We don't think about that. Just either ineffectual. You're giving it squinting eyes. Listen, sharks don't squint. It's part of why they're so cool. It just is. It looks exactly as it looks. Love the like rotted look around their teeth. It's just such a mood. Can I have a healthy set of teeth like that? Push it. Push it real good. And salt and pepper. What a fun, energetic, and wonderful group of entertainers. Okay, I'm pausing. I don't think we have to do anything else to this. We either do... So we don't actually have... This would go so high res if we were actually going to put all the little teeth in. I don't want to do that. Already a little bit on the high side. So we're gonna... dupe it. Ink, lock it, and now we put teeth on the thing. And yes, hopefully that looks good. Hopefully, maybe there'll be like a flow from rib to teeth. Points up, points down. Give me another chance. You ate French cuisine in the 70s, you don't get phased by an eyeball or two. That's cool. The wife can eat a whole fish, I think. Gutted and cleaned, but like she can do the fish head and everything. I can't. I'm the one that's like, ew, it's a fish head, it's gross, I don't want it, get away from me. But the one thing that I want the power. My aunt has this power of being able to pretty much suck all of the meat out of a crab. It's like that, not easy. Whole fish in one gulp? I mean, if they're small enough, I've seen it. I went to England and that was a thing that was done by people around me. that make me weird? Maybe. Does that make them weird? Maybe. Okay, my question, where did I put the teeth? Was the teeth in the shark? It's probably in the shark. Let's take that. Let's not do more work than we need to. Shark with teeth. Open. She's a mermaid. Maybe a little. Okay, we probably just need like one tooth, right? Oh, hi, giant tooth. I don't need you. Yeah, that'll be okay. Maybe we can touch it up a little bit more. Okay, export it now. Back to this one. She's a mermaid? I mean, I'd say a mermaid. Need to apologize, assuming gender. 21st century is so fraught by danger. I fraught nothing. I fraught nothing. Don't blame that on me. Don't you dare. I have never once fraught in my whole life. You can't prove anything? Oh, you're small. Okay. And yeah, you have a small scale too. Okay. Size, it's not that bad. Yeah, that makes me confident. Salute you, sir? Sir? I mean, in today's society, the safest thing to do is to use people's names always. And I really wonder how long it's going to take and if we're going to adapt to that. Just like no pronouns whatsoever. Like they were made to make language easier, and now we've gotten to a place where they make language slightly more difficult. Let's just throw them out. We don't need them. I mean, I do think speech could be better that way. No pronouns at all. I think only aids the people that are really talking about pronouns right now, right? But you, Bob. Newspeak. uh, I mean, Bob, danger. Just danger. Like Cryogi was saying the other day that Cryogi has a project Cryogi was working on. I'm really excited for what Cryogi is going to produce. See? No pronouns. Perfect. Full respect to everybody. Okay, so maybe we make a patch of teeth and try and duplicate that. Move that around. They're smaller on the inside. The opposite of a TARDIS. Don't at me with your Doctor Who stuff. I don't know Doctor Who. Nothing about him, but I can meme with the rest of them. And it's been a while since I've read 1984. That was a pretty good one, though. Best love story I've ever read. Something like that. Rather than be more stabby than curved. But Cryogi is not your name. You identify as at Cryogi. But you're not Cryogi. I understand. That's just a nom de plume. I understand. It's these trying times. You really do need to protect your identity at all costs. I wish that was more of a joke, actually. There's some places that still have some serious issues with speech. So where did Cryogi come from, if you don't mind me asking? Is there a fun backstory? There's a boring backstory? I'll hear that too. I have time. So intermission is probably in like 10 minutes? 15 minutes? So if you don't want to get cut off, that's your... That's what you have to work around. Oh, and then we need the ones to make sure that you don't crawl out. We need the anti-egress teeth. Very, very important for a thing that doesn't digest. Yeah, let's just go very back. Yeah, how I get this in game is going to be very, very interesting. Oh, they need to be bigger. Oh, it is kind of great, though. And then the inside having all the little abrasive teeth. I think all the teeth need to be a little bit bigger. I approve of this patch. I'm the danger, and I approve of this patch of teeth. USA Congress can't come out as non-goddess. In some places, maybe. I don't need to vote for someone who has their entire identity revolve around religion. That's okay. I, in fact, believe that religion should be an aspect of your life, or maybe spirituality should have a part in your life, but it should never be the controlling stake. It should never be more than 50% of your life. Because there's so much other things to do. We don't need all those echo chambers. And think about that. God making all of the cool stuff in the world and then just being like, I'm going to punish anyone forever and ever and ever if you're not praying all the time. and ruining the lives of all the people that aren't praying all the time. Seems messed up to me. But I digress. You're Dutch, French, else's so German, French, Polish, Spanish, English. Wait, what does that have to do with anything? Am I missing a connection here? Not that that's not interesting. You wear a dress? I mean, there's been times where I wore a skirt. Man, if you're dancing and you have a skirt on, especially if it's a very spinny type of dance, there's this breeze you can get in no other way. That's all I'll say on that. Ask where you're from. Did I? And that, if I did, that's probably not what I meant. I think I said, where's your name from? Where does Cryogi come from? I mean, that might still be an answer for that. Okay, so I kind of like this, but do they all need to get bigger? A little bit more toothy. Okay. I mean, it's so cool, but they're still too small. They really do need to read, and I can't. They're illegible. They're like barbarians that spend all their skill points on I don't know what silly intimidation or something. On the nudist beach. No, you still need to be spinning, and I do wonder if having a piece of flowing, undulating cloth creates a certain circulation. Yeah, I don't have many fluid simulation softwares, but it could be really interesting if you get a static broom skirt spinning to the point where it's at 45 degrees or even, higher, 60 degrees maybe. Does that actually affect bringing in or circulating air underneath? I would think it has to have some effect, right? Your name is, you started from Cryogenator in a Quake game because you made players cold. Clever, I like it. Save this as teeth, and then let's go crazy. Let's get you some bigger dents. Just scale up. Okay, so they're not individual. I'll have to reposition some of them. Kind of. I mean, if they're white on that lamprey, colorful lamprey mouth background, and it is still going to be striking at least. I'm to just make them bigger and bigger and bigger. How big can we make these teeth before they're too big to wield? That's too big. That's better at least. At this range, we have to make sure the texture reads. But they do break up the straight jaw. This could be good. I'm sorry, sir. You have a lot of crowding here. I don't really know how we're gonna handle that. Gave you the name Cryo. That's cool. I had a sorceress named Cryomancer, and someone was like, "Oh, why are you emo?" And I'm like, "I'm not emo. I'm just more intelligent than you." And you know, it's Greek for colds. And they were like, "Oh, log off immediately." It's like, cool story. Diablo 2, cool game. Questionable community. Very questionable community at times. You the only one here? Hey, don't harass the lurkers. But maybe they're also ready for me to take a break, which is coming soon to a danger channel near you. Okay, you go there. You need to go forward more. Okay, I'll sink that down a little bit. And we have room. This one. And this. Hopefully. Looks like your last girlfriend in your nightmare? Sounds like a good nightmare. Tell me all about it. This so triggers you, the topology. Yeah, so I'm not sure what we're gonna do for that yet. Just want it to look cool, and then I'll figure out how to make it work in game. Okay, we need another, this one. I think. Yeah, I'm still, I need to make sure this whole thing looks good. Still on the fence. I'm trying to figure out what these bioweapons should look like. I think it might even read out to here once you get the texture in. This size, they should also be not full models. Should be like, don't know, squashed cubes. Maybe I should have gotten the retopology. I think I retopoed it. Hope I retopoed it. But also it doesn't really matter right now. I don't have it. That's cool. Yeah, they're gonna need to be booled in. If they're not booled in, then we're gonna have it's like blobby points. We can't have blobby points. They need to be sharp and scary. Kind of scale like. I wonder if I could throw these into Blender and make some lizard scales. Do I know Kitboga? I do, yeah. You can watch about 45 seconds of it and move away. It's so cringe because of that topic. Wait. What about Kitboga is cringe? Thought he was popular. What happened? I enjoyed his content. Seems like you got some energy to spend. Yeah, not a bad thing. Think of the alternative. Or not. Let's not think of the alternative. A section of these could be duped, but maybe we do the whole thing by hands for more content. Sorry for hogging the chat. There's plenty. Chat, sorry for hogging the cat. Catless is probably baking. Or building furniture, right? So I guess there's one reason why chat might be a bit quiet. Because Blender's doing one of us dirty. And maybe moment of silence for our arrested brother. That's the appropriate term for it. It's a Sauvignon Blanc talking here. You know, fine. You ever heard the term "the squeaky wheel gets the grease"? I'm saying, you don't complain. Everything stays the same. There we go. You need to be smaller. Okay, yeah. It is about break time. Just about. Could also try some of those stylized, like wolf teeth. You know, the big curved one, it's kind of thick, very pointy. Yeah. The desk has landed. And Blender has finished the bake. Oh, wonderful. I have to go on break. I'll be there soon. Still working on annoying update stuff. So distracted here. Makes sense. Nice. Did I squeak? For some people, it's 22:30. Fair. File size is a symbolic 66,666. Keep your cross and your religious symbols close. Anyway, I'll be back very soon so we can finish this weird gaping maw thing. What have I even begun? Anyway, I'll see you soon. Okay, we're back. Yo. Blanket. That's right. I have to retrieve the blanket at some other time. Okay, wait, what did I miss? Time zone buddies! You only use what Master Twitch gives us. I like the BT TV. I like the 7 TV. They're nice. Listen, technically I'm 5 hours in the past. Going to British people? Question mark, question mark? Going to Greenwich in their very angry time. It's also sometimes because we have daylight saving stuff. What if we try the big? I don't even know what to call them. Think of them as like comic book monster teeth. You wish there was grouping in Mudbox. I'd say at least Blender has it, even if it's uncomfortable for me to use. Waiting until summer back again, you're hibernating? Hibernation sounds great. We should all hibernate. Why do teachers hibernate in the summer? That's weird. Sorry, I mean, I know the truth. I know the truth, but man, it's dumb. It's hard to see the truth these days. Blender finished a bake while you were setting up your desk for another PC to bake because you didn't want to wait. The whole desk job was all for nothing. So it finished before you started. That's great. Well, at least you got the desk done, right? Set Blender to render, start at 0%, came back at 130, still at 0%, crashed when I clicked. Oof, okay, that sucks. I'm sorry. All because of 2K textures. Your PC is 6 years old. 30 something is gobbledygook for me. All because of 2K textures? Wait, 2,000 textures? Or like 2,000 2048 by 2048 textures? Because I could see a lot of computers crashing at 2,000 textures. Even if they're small. What was I going to try? I was going to try, we'll go with the lipless. If we can do it. Comic book monster teeth. Probably want to maybe put some gums in there. Maybe like this. It's okay. Needs to be maybe a little bit bigger to read from first. The point is that they're supposed to be fuller teeth in this style. You guys should be looking more at like the darkness. I always went for non-traditional comic books. I didn't really like superheroes. There were a few. Mike get made fun of. I liked Morbius. I didn't see the show. I hate Jared Leto. Sorry, I don't know Jared Leto. I don't enjoy Jared Leto's acting. So I never saw It's Morbin Time. But yeah, I did like Morbius as a character. Kind of cool. Especially once you give in to like a kitchen sink character that has too many abilities, like Superman. Man, Superman's so generic. So boring. Oh, he's an alien that looks exactly like a human. Huh? Who thought that was a fun idea? You stuck with it? Hopefully I'm not offending anybody. I know there's a lot of Supermen out there. I don't want to offend any of the Giga Chads in my chat. I was found having a character that was so obvious, like, weighted. He could just do everything. He's gonna succeed always, all the time. And it seemed like actually kind of weak. Where's the challenge? He barely has anything to overcome. Biggest challenge is like a relationship with a human woman. I guess says a lot about the people that read comic books and what they find relevant challenges. Not to throw shade. You know. If that's the content you feel like you need to watch or read. So anyway, yeah, the darkness. Getting back on track. Darkness is so cool. I mean, very tropey. Lots of cliches in there. Not saying it's the most original thing in the world. But it was fun and the art style was really cool. Like a guy that was gifted or cursed with this darkness that runs in his family, takes over his body, his soul. Maybe not soul, over his body. And yeah, just kind of lives with it. So he gets all sorts of weird darkness powers. They all trigger suddenly on his 18th birthday. And in the darkness, Jackie Estacado, the main character, happens to be part of a crime family. But he's young, so he's not fully initiated. So he actually gets initiated into the crime family on the same day that his darkness powers arise. Awaken? So, you know, there's some fun drama there. Yeah, so that art style, it's just like organic all over. Tentacles all over the place. Little imps that followed him around. Lots of like smoke that wisped into the darkness. It was really cool. AO Bake took 2 hours. Okay, hold on, I have a question. What scale is it at? Is there any chance that you could change the scale of the barrel and get the bake to happen quicker? Out of curiosity. Sure. Because yeah, if you don't get those kind of bake settings, right? If they're automating some things, maybe they're going for bounding box size and assuming that you have a certain scene size. Maybe changing the scale of your model would change like the number of rays they're casting. Especially if it doesn't look noisy. And you can probably push it. Scale is in, yeah, object scale is 1. A meter tall in Blender units. What if it's in centimeters? What if it was half size? I would test that. I would legit test that, especially if you can cancel. I might not test if you can't cancel. You know what I mean? But you should be able to pretty quickly see if you make a really tiny barrel, if it's going to, you know, go like a lot faster. Yeah. Maybe kind of cool. Noise displaced 2.5 million verts after subdivs into 4K AO map. Okay, alright, so you have big maps, and displacement, okay. Alright, yeah, that's fair. I guess it could just be big. Maybe it's just one of those things. I can accept that. You have to check if it uses scene render settings or if it's set its own. Oh, yeah. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Absolutely. I mean, if it doesn't have settings and it seems like it's good, maybe it is just tied in, because that would be a nice feature set to tie into Blender's own settings. That way it might match quality with other models or the rest of your scene. Okay, kinda. This side's starting to look good. Where do I go? Do I do another little tooth? And then over here, we definitely need to do at least 2 more. Yeah, maybe it's using cycles. I bet there's a clever way to use cycles to get your baking done. Just set it up in a situation where you're rendering and actually, I don't know. I don't know. After that, you don't expect Blender to work? It is using cycles. EVE doesn't bake. Okay. Well, like, alright, so if you were to move the camera to different positions. Oh, okay, so you could move it to the normal of the pixel that you're gonna bake. Right? And then you could take a render and just use the centermost pixel and write that to a file. Therefore, you're going through and getting the pixel as it would be in cycles with all those settings that you have set up. Or like the passes, I guess, to do each different texture. But you're still rasterizing based on UV and pixel. You know what I mean? You can see that happening. But even cycles is like, dude, really? I don't know that. I don't know. Some people are backing up on 4K. Like YouTube is, and Netflix. I feel like Netflix gave it out and then was like, oh no, wait, this is expensive and not many people are using it. And the content's not easy to make, and there's, yeah, not easy to send out to people. It's a lot of bandwidth. Like, yeah, 4K is good for renders. Animations. You need to move over a large object that has lots of detail. That all makes sense. You had cycles at 64 samples. It's not astronomical, but not the smallest reasonable number. Fair. Thursday is like Friday, but too early. Yes. Tomorrow's gonna be weird for me, though. It's gonna be a weird day. To have a meeting. Meeting the likes I don't usually have. Like maybe starting a project back up. Like, yeah. A little weird. And then I'm gonna start stream. And then I'm gonna do a long stream. And I'm gonna try and stay on and raid Greg. See? I might do a little eat on stream. Little food. Then we'll go to Booster Greg and chill. Gonna test. You'll have to do this again soon anyway. Yeah. I mean, it's always worth getting it down to like a science. Ah, sorry, yeah, the marker squeak. I don't know if there's much I can do about that. Squeals like a pig. I'm excited to see your first Unity render. Are you still going to put it in Unity? Oh, it needs to be way bigger, unless we're going way asymmetrical. Metric? Asymmetrical. No, we gotta go bigger. We gotta go bigger. Pull back this one. My digital hoarding is catching up with me. Yo, Gab, thanks for the raid. How was your stream? Hope it was a good one. Welcome, Raiders. I'm Danger. I'm making this weird Muppet chest thing. I'll back out in a second. Catless sent us, oh my goodness, that's a close-up barrel. And your noise, it's a little aggressive. Purchase some paint thinner and bake it again? Yeah, understandable. Wait, okay, so the paint does need to be thinner. But oh, okay, wait. Yeah, actually, I like your wood texture. The choppiness in the wood texture kind of messed with my head. I feel like if it's gonna be that choppy, maybe it should be lowered down a little bit. And then yeah, I like the paint. Paint is cool. You need to play with your mask though. You can't get the wood to go with the height. You know what I mean? Tighten up your levels there. Okay, you had someone talk to you in chat about the game. You were playing Dragon Quest XI. Ooh, Dragon Quest XI, that's cool. You know, I had someone that really liked the Dragon Quest tabletop role-playing game. I never got around to playing like the video game. How is it? I assume it's good. There's 11 of them. How can it not be good? There's 11. Yeah, I like the barrel. Little bit of paint thinner. Oh my god, that changes so much on my two monitors. Yeah, the top of the paint is a little bit washed out. Anywho, looking good. Looking good. The thick part of the paint comes from Rebel's brush. Interesting. The better version was Switch version on PC. The third game of the Dragon Quest is getting a remake. Ooh, what's your favorite Dragon Quest game? Interesting. Which ones are even available on PC? I have to look at that. They showed the third game 2 years ago? I hope it's coming soon then. It's a long time to wait. Just thicker earlier, you thinned it down for this version. I mean, it's not even. I mean, it's a bit thick, but like I don't know, a quarter of that would be acceptable for some like real thick paint. Okay, so here we're working on a Lamia. We have chest-mounted weapons. So we're gonna like launch this maw right at the player's face. And then, you know, a little hollow for it to grow back. And we've gone through some iterations. We've gone through like a lotus tooth flower kind of arrangement. We've done this with shark teeth. Weird like jaw thing. There's a little beak inside. And then we're gonna do the lamprey, which you can see on screen, like little lamprey abrasive teeth around the inside surface. The idea. Trying to get it to look good though. Hard to invent things that don't exist yet. You've got a favorite game of them? Or you haven't? It's supposed to be thick paint, just hand splashed on top, but don't have time, or so you tell everyone, to make any drips. How thick do you think paint gets? I feel like it only gets this thick when you're talking about what they're peeling up off factory floors. I don't know if you've seen that. It's so cool because they do all the different colors. It's not like one booth, one color. So you get these like jaw dropper looking things. Very terrestrial, very earthen, very, yeah, like layers and layers with all of these. So cool. Drips on wood, yeah. So wood would drip, but not as probably the least out of a lot of things. Yeah, stone would drip, plastic drips like crazy. Oh my goodness. Okay, you know what? Hold on. I have to just point this out. This is the problem I think I have with it. And again, we're picking nits, but this is really good and you got really close. Do you see how thick your band is? I like the band. The band is great. This metal strap, I could believe the thickness of this. I cannot believe that the thickness of this is like it looks thinner than the paint gets by a lot. Like my mind just picked up on it. Well, at least some sort of fantasy setting so the paint can be stereotypically thick and drippy. So you were thinking anyway. I mean, just do what you want, thick and drippy. I think the drippy is more important in the thickness than actually like having it have a lip or a shadow. But you do you. Do the whole thing. You will thank yourself later. Do some drips. They're not that bad. Actually, how would you do the drips? That's kind of a question. Okay, bigger tooth, good. Put in another tooth. I think, yeah, that reads. Yeah, they're getting higher in the middle. They're showing up better on the profile. Nice, 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 nice. That's an artifact? Okay, interesting. Okay, so we're talking about the thickness of the paint because it's filling in so many of the divots, right? That makes sense. Yeah, it should probably just be an add. And maybe even, did it get painted later in its life, or was it painted from when it was new? Because you should either chip the paint or have it a place where it's like hard for them to reapply the paint. You'll model a drip if you have to. So, I mean, I would use, there's a slope blur in Substance Designer, and I don't know if you're going to find it anywhere else. I'm sure it's somewhere though. And you could just be like, this is the mask of where the paint is. Put a random noise that'll pick a couple of spots, and then you can use a gradient to tell it what down is. And then have those dots drip down, and then add that to the original paint. You know what I mean? Maybe that's too much. Maybe that's something that's simple for me because I've done it like a bunch of times. Slope blur, yes. Wait, why is that a not like this? Explain yourself. What's the cringe? Is it just because you don't have a slope blur? We'll find you a slope blur. It's possible. I believe. Yeah, at least one more. Earlier pick. Okay, I'm down for a before and after. How long did the renders take, if you don't mind me asking? I love it. The fun barrel. Okay, so earlier pick it. So I think you tighten this up. That's good, I think. If not, this is showing it. Definitely tighten up the paint height mask. It's pretty cool. That looks good. I almost expect to see like little like wood fuzzies. You know what I mean? Like when it starts getting to this level, like no. And it's coming along. Definitely coming along. A lot to sink my teeth into. Oh man, and this monitor is also really dark. What? What does the word say? I see a danger. I think I see a deep. Let me bring it back on stream. Okay, so I DANG deep from angry. Is this a slanderous barrel? You started painting in Art Academy? That's cool. What techniques were your favorite? Last time you tried to make fuzzies, you got fuzzies on your fuzzies, and Blender lost the will to live. Yeah, it's a lot. It's too much, even. I ask too much, clearly. But yeah, I expect it. It's a compliment. It looks really good. You learn Geonode stack? Ooh. Wait, what do you mean by stack? Oh yeah, so you can have a Geonode modifier and another Geonode modifier. And it will affect it in an order, right? Your favorites were the photocopy technique? Nice. uh, yeah, I feel like all my friends that have gone through art school have some negative stories about art school. So I'm sorry for the torment that you went through. I'm sure they just thought they were preparing you for the world of art, which is brutal, but I don't know if it needs to start as early as it does. So now you've killed Blender with your banana and a raspberry. Wait, with a banana and a raspberry? How'd you do that? Where'd those come from? Your final project was photocopying one image 100 times to see what would happen. Oh, that's cool. That's really interesting. Um, how did it degrade? How did the computers change your original image? I'm really interested by that. What kind of art school is that? Modern art? I mean, I think for some of your projects, you can do pretty much whatever you want, right? It's very avant-garde. Really makes a statement. Get in there, Tooth. Art Academy Rotterdam. It's all conceptual. That's cool, conceptually. Computers, it was faxes all the way, dude. Faxes are pretty cool. Man, I just saw Glass Onion recently. That was a really funny movie. I also saw Knives Out, liked that too. But yeah, Glass Onion had like a joke about a guy having fax machines all over the place. All of his news through fax, all the time, always. That said, an old relative did oil painting. Always kind of wished you'd taken time to learn, but yeah, you haven't. What kind? So like we're all interested in impressionistic oil painting these days because Bob Ross, the man, the legend, showed us how gorgeous and easy it was to have paint just flow off your brush. Yeah, I wonder what kinds. Sometimes I watch, not streaming right now, right? I think so. Katie Bop. Katie Bop does some of the dopest oils I've ever seen. Might be weird to say. I like some of her stuff earlier rather than later. I like some of the minimal stuff. She has really cool color choice and usage. But it's all good. It's all really good. Yeah, she makes me want to do oil painting. The painting professor thought we would all do painting in second year. He was wrong. It's fair. I don't want to take this story away, but, well, I had a friend, have a friend, may or may not be a streamer, may not be someone that we know, talked about art school being a really bad place for him because he had a teacher that like painted just like cowboys on horses, and that's what he wanted to see everyone do. So when he came in and wanted to be like a comic book artist, he didn't really get a lot of respect. It's like, what do you sucks to pay for an experience and then have it ruined by freaking humans? Why are they everywhere? Get rid of them. We'll just have the AI teach us art from now on. How about that? Okay. Big teeth. Teeth go. Okay, we need some upper teeth. Otherwise, these are meaningless. They do kind of read. And as long as they get launched at your face, you'll see them. Plus, so this might not be the best way of doing things, but I have this idea that it's cool to design everything organically together if you can. It's like if this creature is launching these like mouths, these toothed maws all over the place, then shouldn't there be like big circular claw marks on all the trees, gouging out like bark and crap? In the end, you did a multimedia direction. Excuse me. Made a 3D projection into a corner of a 3D animation. Excuse me. Into a glass box. That was before VR. Okay. Was it for a certain perspective? Was it like a cave? I forget what cave stands for exactly. Cave disambiguation. Technology. Cave automatic virtual environment. Yeah. Oh, yeah. There's cave in the acronym cave. Perfect. I love it. A recursive acronym. Uh, I know someone that worked with caves for a while, actually. Yeah, kind of cool. You need a pair of glasses to see it, and it's usually only calibrated for one position. So I guess with polarization, if you had enough 3D glasses syncing to enough different uh, sync rates, you could have multiple users seeing different perspectives in the same scene. It was? That's cool. You know, there was crazy 3D stuff before VR? Yes, absolutely. I mean, if you try it, it's actually not so crazy. It really. The only problem is multiple users and like having it set up in a room, which it works if you have like a company that needs to do things. But yeah, head mounted displays are where it's at now. You still have the black and white photographs? That's great. What was the original picture that you decided to photocopy? Topographical maps used to be made by mapping from stereo projection, plotting from stereo projection. That's cool. That is like a flight sim. Okay, top teeth. Do we do the same kind of top teeth? Kind of think we give it a go. Should they mesh? Maybe they don't mesh. Do they ever close? That's the question. Maybe I close them. It's more animation, especially easy animation, right? We just need to open and close it. We're gonna open it anyway. You made them on a what's now called a Mac Classic. Nice. And I feel like on maybe not a Mac Classic. It's probably like a Apple II or something. I don't know. What was KidPix on? We had some early computers, but then we used I don't know, something later, much later for most of my time in school. I remember having KidPix for a few years. And KidPix, those were the days. Anyone here play with the KidPix? Remember, it's also the time I was getting into like Worms Armageddon. We were making little worms and making GIFs out of them, pasting them all over the place. All my classmates were dying of dysentery and typhoid. I mean, I played a little bit of the Oregon Trail. You made collages of photocopied photographs of you? Oh, that's cool. Wait, are they narcissistic? Are they like yeah, I did a bit of photo editing in high school. I like put myself in a wetsuit because I had access to a wetsuit. Uh like in the Arctic put like some sea creatures that I had like action figures of. I like cut them out by hand. I did a whole series of stuff. Big stint in Photoshop when I was a teenager. Because high school, what's it good for? The professor was working on an opera in Apple Card. Really? How'd the opera go? Well, are they rich and famous? Because operas are something that make people rich and famous. So famous that I would clearly know I was not an uncultured heathen. Yeah, I don't know. By some, not a heathen, and also not totally uncultured. I have at least one culture. Any of you claiming to have more than one culture, I'd love to hear about it. That sounds very interesting. Yeah, it's going crazy. If I don't scale on the model, it goes a little nuts. Good night. Good night, zombie. I'll see you tomorrow. Hopefully see some progress on that HEV. I'm very excited. Yeah, I hope I see you tomorrow. I'll be starting late tomorrow. So if you are asleep, I understand. No hard feelings. Remind you and you'll show me the work in progress? Sounds good. Good night. The photographs were you full Monty, then photocopied, which you projected on a 40 by 40-foot wall and made a painting of it. Are you trying to torture people? Full I know what that means. Can't pull it by me. Alright, full Monty. So why were you in a birthday suit for your art project? Be honest, was it for a significant other? Was there a cute human in your class? And you were like, this person, if they just saw me and my dedication to art, clearly they will know we're meant to be together. Sounds about right. The 80s. The 80s was a place for romantics. The 80s was like so good. Or are you just saying the 80s was just about the nudity? Everyone was getting naked and photographing themselves. It was the thing to do. Anyone who was anyone was was taking the nudes. Streakers everywhere. After that, the Berlin Wall fell. Thank you for your service, Crayogi. I really appreciate it. Man, what are those old 3D monitor systems called? CRTs? The world hasn't been the same since? For the better, right? That's what I usually hear. Kind of two screen CRTs back then and a glass in the middle? Wait, a glass in the middle? I have only heard of such products recently, and I think they're somewhat questionable. Yeah, they can use like a Fresnel lens to kind of bend the light from each part of the monitor to try and like slightly gap the bezels. And VR headsets, it's the way to go. Can't wait for the future when they are slightly higher resolution and lighter on my head and cheaper, hopefully, and better hand inputs. And there's a cool fantasy mech simulator game that I can play and, you know, loot things and make cool mechs and kill dangerous, creepy monsters. And the future will be cool. Some sort of projection or hollow technique or a semi-transparent reflection involved. You don't know if the old screens required polarized glasses or not. Wait. CRTs that require polarized glasses? I don't know if I've heard of that. Not that I'm some authority that needs to have, but I don't know. Oh, okay. Okay, that's mouthy. From all angles. Okay, two perfect teeth. Now I just need to make sure I don't mess it up. It is taking a second. Maybe a little bit cluttered. Plain CRTs win, but if you wanted to separate the images, it's one way to do it across polarized screens. Interesting. And two screens, you're saying. Because obviously there was the old stereoscopic red cyan image that was cool. I liked those days. tail is really excited. You know, it will fold down later when it has a rig in it. But it's easier not to give it too much form because, yeah, it can be tricky to get all sorts of things. The reach topology can kind of wander, and then getting joints to behave properly while you're posing it, it can skew things. Rigged. I wonder if that's an emote we could do. Alright, tomorrow's emotes. Everyone has to remind me we're doing emotes. We're going to do some fun animations. We'll do 2, I guess. 2 animated emotes. A couple still ones. Maybe we'll make multiple, and then they will be like sub goals. Hashtag emotes. Thank you, Cryogi. Do that tomorrow, please. Appreciate it. Oh, do we have to do a central tooth? Do we do a double tooth? Scared. My duplicate keeps getting longer. Okay, so this is 11,000 polys. It's maybe a little bit high. Just a little bit high. I'll hit it with a rematch later. I want them to be really like bulgy. Oops, nope, that's not what I meant. Oh, did I really do it? Oh no, did I just select it? Wait, huh? Whatever. Ooh, a link. I shall click. Oh, this stuff. I mean, this is a trick, I think, called Pepper's Ghost. Some brilliant dude in the past figured out that, yeah, if you do a projection and you have enough light and you have a mirror at an angle, it's pretty much this, right? I don't feel like either of those are the best explanation. Oh, but this is 2 to make a hologram. No, it might still be Pepper's Ghost. Double Pepper's Ghost. Something related to it? Cool, cool, cool. Yeah, so do we do like a weird double tooth? I don't want to do a single set tooth in the middle. That's weird to me. Only for stereo view, you have to use glasses to separate the scenes. Okay, yeah, that's interesting. And I'm kind of interested to see the new holograph stuff that they're doing. That thick picture frame that they're talking about. Yeah, that's sufficiently horrible. Build this up a little bit more. New stuff is interesting. There's this one startup working on their light field monitor. So wait, light field, that's a technology that's like kind of a sleeper, right? It's like 3D captures of space through like light algorithms or something. I don't know. I had a friend that had a small camera that he kickstarted, I think. He backed on Kickstarter. And you could take a picture and you could change the focus like after the fact. It was really cool. It just sounds like they're way ahead of their time in terms of processing power required. I mean, yeah. But then we also have quantum computing breakthroughs that are making the news a lot. They're kind of boring, but I think they're going to start happening faster and faster. You know? And that's going to be ridiculous. Can you imagine quantum computing? I mean, I could see where that is the place where it's like, okay, everyone, we are actually on the cloud now. We do everything on the cloud because we have giant computers that can handle everything. Restructure society. And also, yeah, goodbye passwords. You will need hard passwords from now on. Holographic principle, it's ads. Ads equals CFT. If you can describe the quantum field theory on terms of anti-de Sitter space, where there's a field theory with gravity. Deep. Deep. I need to do more research, I'm not gonna lie. But yeah, quantum computing, it's so fast. You can do so much of it. You still have to make a lot of practical compromises, sure. Oh yeah. Like yeah, we're not quite there yet. But I also don't think people are thinking about what a leap it's going to be and how I think it would impact quite a lot. Not crazy? Maybe. Looking Glass holographic display. That's the one you've been watching since YouTube videos somewhat recently. So yeah, I've been not really keeping up with them, but I see them every once in a while. Because they're a hot new tech, and I guess seeing is believing, but they're, expensive and small, so it's the birth of a new technology. It's cool and fun stuff. What's quantum computers? Well, they just proved quantum supremacy is actually impossible because of third law of entropy. I mean, I totally understand that 100%, but I'm gonna just give you the floor to like explain that to the rest of the chat. Very costly both in price tag and computing power. Really? I didn't realize that, but I guess. Are they doing a layered render? Not second law, third law. Oh, sorry. Yeah, third law. The important one, right? Clearly break time. Brain so English anymore. I mean, you're not allowed to take a break. Who said you can take a break? I kid. Breaks are healthy. See how much longer I'm around for today. No idea. Chat, take a break. No. Chat, everyone needs to stay so that way Cryogi can explain, all the stuff. The streamer is tired. I mean, yeah, maybe. Not for me to say. I decide when I go to bed. Can't make me go. I'm gonna stay up all night. Can't make me sleep. No, sorry, I'm not taking a break. I'm baking. It's the other guy. Good, Catless. As long as it's not you. Are you baking again? And I really don't need to detail this much. I'm going too far. It's all about entanglement. Timey-wimey and all. Fibbly-wibbly, timey-wimey? Oh, what was that other... Oh, what was that word? Yeah, I don't remember. It'll come to me at a random point in time. The shape of time-space. Jeremy Bearimy? I think that's it. I think I just had to say I would do it later. My mind was like, oh, Jeremy Bearimy, that's the one. Thank you, Jeremy Bearimy, for being the shape of time-space. No, actually, you're trying to remember where you have all the extra keyboards. Wait, how many extra keyboards do you have? Don't answer that if that's a very personal question to you. But yeah, how many keyboards? I have 2 and a broken one. I could get replacement Razer switches. Let me tell you, I might go back to my old Razer Stealth. Oh, but then Zombie would be upset. He likes the click clack on my keyboard. Space and time. Ooh, such a noob. Listen, you just don't understand about Jeremy Bearimy. And if you did, you wouldn't be saying that. That's all there is to it. You know? Once you read up, you'll come back and be like, Danger, you're right. I get it. And, you know, I'm Cryogi. I don't say I was wrong. That's it. That would be the end of everything. Or not like the end. We'd continue having a friendship and a relationship after that. Of the plutonic type. But, yeah, case closed. And all knew what that meant. You should have a couple of them here, a few more elsewhere. Are they all working? Do you have new ones? Do you have refurbed ones? Are you hoarding keyboards? If so, should I be hoarding keyboards? Is there a reason one would hoard keyboards? Tell me what you know. Is there a coming keyboard shortage? That's what the real recession is about, isn't it? Everyone's fearing that the last keyboards are going to get purchased. Good, you're never wrong, just deeply confused. I mean, there's some space where everything you say is correct, right? Just not in the same space or dimension. One would hoard keyboards to build a great hoard of keyboards. This is true. I mean, I don't know. Gave me enough money, I might do silly things like get too many keyboards. They're expensive. What an expensive hobby. They're all the rage now. Little Timothy must have his new keyboard with his polar white, see-through, half translucent keycaps. Wait, actually, if I type in Jeremy Bearimy time space, am I gonna find the thing? Jeremy Bearimy. There's a GIF. Show me the GIF. Why are you animating? You don't know how to GIF properly? Yes, I say GIF. Get over it. Oh wait, okay, here it is. Will it animate? Only animates if I like mouse over it? This is so disappointing. Here you go. The shape of time space. Jeremy Bearimy. Oh, good times, good times. Fortunately, your hoarded keyboards are not the expensive kind. Yet, well, it depends on what you consider expensive. But yeah, mine either. They're just the ones I'm comfortable with. Or honestly, I made a gamble and I was just hoping that they were the ones I would be comfortable with, and I got in bulk. Got two. Because it was so debilitating losing one. Oh boy, we're going into Everett, right? If you would consider the sum of probabilities and know you're so wrong, you know, the ability to sum exists within a projected dimension that might not even exist. How can I be wrong if I don't exist? Answer me that, huh? Don't start with figment of your imagination. No. None of this exists. Maybe a simulation, possibly. God, cool already. It kind of reads. I feel like a texture. Yeah, texture would be good. All right, let's save because it scares me with how long stuff takes. Duplicate object. Why do you have to calculate normals? What's that about? More like ruining your normals, adding surprise normals that you're gonna hate later. Yeah, you know, it just feels like it might need some clothes to go with it. I have to figure out what. It's not like clothes of their cultures. They would probably like spoil and ruin some like clothing of the faithful. But wearing the Hamiltorian FFS. Are still brandishing a Sauvignon Blanc buzz. Well, enjoy your Blanc. Hope you like your wine. is this good? Let's play with a fun, weird filter. Normal map filter. Kind of punchy. Does the AO go over this? Oh, it can. And then cavity, which is usually a little cringe. That's cool, yeah. And then the back just has a lot of room. We could probably switch out clothes on the back, whatever kind of saddle thing we do. Ooh, a connoisseur. Connoisseur of some things in life. Wine's not one of them. There was a time though, a time where I used to enjoy some wine. There was this time in my life where there was like a gathering that my the cohort of dancers and I would have, and there's one person that would always bring this like incredibly old port, like incredibly old port. It was really good. Port's an interesting wine. Anyways, this I don't know. I kind of like this. But then you found dog. I mean, before that, I felt like I couldn't get up in the morning without being like groggy, just like not wanting to get out of bed. Like that was the real impetus. Once I realized that if I don't drink stuff, that I can like wake up in the morning and I don't hate waking up in the morning. It's something I have to do every day. I think it paid off. I think it did. Actually, I feel like it's there's a lot of alcohol culture around, but at the same time, there's this growing silent movement where people are like not drinking and just not talking about it because like who cares? You choose not to drink if you feel like you're getting too old. Like meh, no one wants to hear it. And yes, it's truth. No one wants to hear it. The ribs still need something. They're still a little bit just too rounded. Need some sort of character. I don't know if I love the teeth. Let's see if it's gonna crash if we can mirror. Getting very slow. Okay. Negative scale in the X. Hello, where'd you go? Is it the negative? Do you not like being negative? There it is. How do I make negative then? Highly disappointing. Can I just mirror the whole thing? Mesh. Split mesh. Around the local X. Why can't, oh, like this. That makes sense. It's fine. Flip on local X. Yeah. Extracting. You need to extract. Oh, okay. Did we find the limit? Oh, we're getting close though. And oh, okay, they need to be balanced. Does this look good? Like textures can change everything. The Muppets have left the building, they're scared. Good. They should be scared. This is a defouler. Defouler? A fowler? Fowler of all things good and holy? All places sane people would deem safe. There's some stuff. I need to see them grow too. See how they open and close. See the texture. Oh, this is gonna be a big one. It's gonna grow. It's gonna be very organic. Booby blaster? I mean, it's not a blaster. We're not shooting lasers out of these ones. Yeah. I think we're gonna use mainly eyes for laser attacks or crystals. This is gonna be a ballistic. I guess you could say ballistic boobs. We'll see. Who knows if it even makes it into the final game, but it has been a very interesting and fun sculpt so far. Probably detail the shoulder things. They were so half-assed. Let me fix the ribs. Retopo everything. That's going to be an adventure. A fission opera? That sounds really interesting. Fission opera. I'm sure there's some scientist out there making a fission opera, right? Because you can't just fission all day. You need a hobby. Fission opera. I'm looking it up, of course. You know, I had to. You know, maybe ChatGPT would understand better. Because Google's just like, science plus an opera house. And there, it's like I don't know, a children's theater or something. Actually, looks kind of cool. At first, I was like, this is like Cirque du Soleil, right? Not gonna pretend I can pronounce it. Springfield, of course. Oof. All right, quick stretch, quick stretch. See, I don't know. Once we go forward, it's gonna be hard to go back. So, I don't know. Do we just try and save it with textures? Will like come up and do a little bit of sculpting tomorrow? Not tomorrow. Maybe Monday, because tomorrow is gonna be doing some emotes, a little bit of animating. Cryogi can give me some input on animations of emotes that he promises he'll never use. Hashtag D&D. D&D tomorrow? Are you gonna somehow... I mean, if everyone in chat started role-playing at the same time and asking, you know, descriptive details, it would be kind of hard to ignore it. You know, I guess chat could forcibly play D&D with a streamer. Not that I would necessarily suggest it. It's just I don't know why I thought of that as talk. Look into the mouths. Look straight at the beaks. I don't know. It's a thing. Like, maybe it doesn't work here and we'll pull it off and it can be, maybe we'll have a creature that has a bunch of tentacle heads and this could be the end of each tentacle. Maybe like 4? Have like a Hydra that, you know, very basic Hydra. Baby Hydra. Wormy Hydra. You're role-playing Cryogi all the time. That's good. That's good. You've never used Blender. Why do you have to lie to me like that? I just, you know, I feel like I try and tell you truthful answers to your questions. I try and bare my soul and bare my process of my art, and here you go, telling me a bold-faced lie, lying through your teeth. Never used Blender. How's your render going, by the way? Is that done? I'll have to get the wife to check it out. The wife is like, no, it's dumb, then obviously it's dumb. If the wife is like, okay, you know, if I could attack people with my boob like that, I wouldn't mind. Then there we go. We need to empower people with our games. Neither. It's all been I'm dying. It's all been an elaborate hoax. Done in Photoshop. That's so good. Wait, did I use Blender? Did I use Blender or did I use like the weirdest Maya add-on ever? Maybe it's just a nightmare. Maybe it's secretly like Moto or something. Okay, so the chest is separatable, at least. The teeth don't need to be merged as long as we're not doing the shark teeth. Yeah, that's still readable. Wow, okay, yeah, that, especially if we get color differentiating the teeth. Okay. Yeah, we just need to fix the... Kind of excited about that. But the slope is kind of wrong between chest and projectile. Maybe we'll touch that up. Salute Catless. And yeah, if you could do that pixel by pixel in Photoshop, hats off to you. My wife was telling me there was this person, this artist that was in such controversy. They made photorealistic portraits of celebrities, and people would get so mad that they're like, you are just posting photos of celebrities, and the person's like, not really. Here's my process. Here's like videos, and they're like, you're faking it. This is how you're faking it. It's just like, maybe they are, but it's so interesting to see an artist get so much flack for maybe being a really great artist. Sir, Fedora tips in your general direction. Thought I smelled food. I don't think I quite smell food yet. I mean, alright, so it's striking me. I don't know what color we're gonna make the Lamia. Never mind the projectile. But then the projectile itself is gonna be, I don't know. I just imagine all these like blues and purples and like yellow to brown for the teeth. But then everything else is just gonna be like, it's just gonna be like a rainbow on its chest, and color theory is not my strong point. We'll see. We'll see what happens. Should be very interesting. Maybe if we get through a bunch of emotes tomorrow, we'll come back to Lamia. Artists cheat all the time. I think so too. I don't know. I could believe both things. That someone was good enough that people are angry and that they can't differentiate their art from reality. And I can also believe someone just trying to troll people so hard by posting photos in a digital hand-done art forum. You know what I mean? You smell something? What is it, Cryogi? Tell me. What does your elven nose smell? You know, the ones that make those photos super... I mean, yeah. Just look at how big their canvas is. Nobody does that. That's cheating. I mean... I'd like to know about what the biggest printers are. Yeah, it's interesting. Like, if you need a photo and you can do a photorealistic copy of that, that's cool. But can you do it without the photo? Or do you need the reference? And then at what point, yeah, are you just a photocopier? Are you just a Xerox machine, if you will? Oh, we gotta figure out the shoulder things. What do you do about shoulder thing? I don't know what they're gonna fire exactly. I was kind of thinking maybe SRMs, like little missiles. Missiles? Short range though. The biggest printers, 1.5 yard wise. Long as you want. I mean, you said 1.5 yards wide. That's not as long as I want. But I guess you might be able to reconfigure. I guess you could make a 3D printer that's as big as the curvature of the Earth would allow, because you would end up bending rods and stuff. In theory. Used to be the argument against realism in the camera era. You're just learning to be a camera. But the mistakes along the way are what makes the art interesting. Like, if you actually get to the point where you can photocopy by hand, I'm sure it's a skill. I'm sure there's some weird government agency that's like, yep, you're the person. We need you to do this because this can't be done by a computer or touched by a photocopier or something. Or even museums, right? Like, if you could do exact replicas of things that you have next to you. That could be very useful. But it's weird. This might be a really horrible opinion, but it's almost like you get past the art point once you get to a place where it's nearing perfection. Once people are angry that you're too perfect, maybe it's not to say you're not an artist or that what you're doing is an art, or like I'm not trying to devalue it. Maybe it's more than art at some point. Maybe it's a commodity that people actually value. Because art's very questionably valued. If you must print unbendable rods. I mean, hopefully you never have to print rods. Rods should always be extruded, right? Or turned on a lathe, maybe? I don't know. And then there's gravity. You wanted to make a black hole painting. With lesser requirements, there are continuous extrusion 3D printers. That's true. There's the angled bed one. Those are pretty cool. Or angled print head. And then conveyor belt bed, right? I mean, that would be cool. All right. I should wrap up. That's one. It seems cool. Also, it seems finicky. I think if I saw anything on it, it was that you need to be printing at the exact right temperature so it will release when it's supposed to and adhere while it's being printed. Chain multiple print heads. I did not see that. That's really interesting. Though I think I did see that you could print like, let's say an I-beam. You could print an I-beam and it would keep going until the leverage falls and you would need to support it. But then it's just like how many rolling supports can you find so it can keep getting printed without ruining the print head's ability to like home to the thing it's printing. I should wrap up. Am I going to? Yeah. Where should I go? Where should we go? Well, I know where I'm going. Where do you guys want to go? Switch to just chatting? I mean, yeah, I should go. We'll be back tomorrow. We'll do some emotes. Code Miko? Is it bad that I don't follow Code Miko? Link, please. Yeah, if you really want, you've been a good chatter today, Cryogi, so I will raid Code Miko. You asked last time. Oh, she's not on? Perfect. Perfect time to raid her. You probably go to the kitchen and wonder where all the edible stuff is gone. Yeah. I'm bad at grocery shopping. Thanks for reminding me. Yeah, okay, wait. Where are we going? Going to a place that's doing the things. We go to Ravier. If anyone wants to see some Blender stuff. Ravier does some Blender stuff. Oh man, but the ads. Unforgiven Space. Space toilets. Oh, if he's doing a space toilet, we're absolutely going. You've heard of it? That's the thing you're spoofing in Photoshop all the time, right? So convincingly, too. You're really good at it. Oh, it's not like that sit down toilet. It's more like, well, maybe it is. It's like the pod toilet. Anyway, thank you everybody for showing up. I hope to see you again tomorrow, where I will be streaming between 3:30 ish, maybe closer to 4 p.m. until 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Sorry, tomorrow's going to be weird. Usually it's 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. Eastern Standard. Anywho, I hope you have a great rest of your day. I hope you have a great Friday until I see you. You can check the Discord link in the description below to find out when I go live. And yeah, I hope you all have a great rest of your day. Say hi to Javier for me. Bye-bye.